I try to make the adjustments, so I'm able just to show a list and edit the photo just to have some more functionality in this in this application. We are able also to see the information of the student, their name, enrollment date, and their photo. So I will explain how this was done. Okay, also we can create a new student also in here. So I will close this. And I'm going to explain, and I will share to you the application actually. Already I can share to you this application to source control. Create and push. So you'll have the source code already on your machine. So I will just make it public. So in here, GitHub. So in here, I'm going to add this this application available for you. Manage access. Manage. So here you can download it from GitHub just to have an example of this application. So, okay, I'm going to start where were we yesterday. So I'm going to explain all the parts step by step about this application. The first thing that I did for this application was to, as I mentioned in the document that I just shared to you today, let me just, I share a document. It was project setup. So you start a Visual Studio 2019 application, create a new project, choose ASP.NET Web Application C#. In the application actually that I'm having, it doesn't have individual user accounts, but if you don't have individual user accounts, you need to create the application DB context by yourself, because individual user accounts comes with an application DB context already in place. So the only difference is that you need to create by yourself the application DB context. But when you create the application DB context by yourself, you just need to configure that you're going to read the connection stream from the web config in this default connection. So this needs to be configuring your web config under the connection strings. So default connection. So you put this syntax and you put what is the name of the database locally, and what is the name of the database logically in the database. So that is going to be the configuration of our database that we are going to create. So this is the earliest steps to just configure your database or entity framework in your application. Obviously, first, before just configuring that, you need to add entity framework as a NuGet package. So in NuGet package, I added the entity framework. So you can see here, entity framework is installed. The version that I'm using in this is 6.1.3 but the latest version should work too, but this is because in my machine it comes with this version, but you can use the most current version of Entity Framework too. That should work too. So once I have the Entity Framework, I also have the support for the classes DB context and DB set. So I just created the class for the application DB context, which is the um, the object that we are going to handle the connections to the database. So inside of this class, I need to I need to define like what are going to be the tables that we are going to use for this database. So in here, how do we define this is by the DB sets. So you put the DB set and the model that is going to become a table in your database. So if I create the model student that you previously saw, is and this needs to be written this way in order to be considered in this in the database. So always for naming convention in entity framework, you just pluralize the name of the table. So in this case, if I have a model student, the name of the table will be students instead of a student, just singular. So in here, this is how I declare it. So once I got this, I create my class and everything. The only thing that I need to do is like enable migrations. So if I go to the tools, NuGet Package Manager console, um, I should be able just to write the command enable migrations, and that should work. So enable migration like that, enter, and it's going to complain because I already enabled migration for this one. Migration has already been enabled in the project. So, but enable migrations will create a folder in the project, which is the migrations folder, as you can see here. And when this is executed, it's going to create also a class called configuration. In this class configuration, what we are allowed to do is to put code to populate your database with initial values. But if you just left it as it is just the beginning of the configuration of your migrations. We you can also configure migrations like here it says automatic migrations enable false. What does it mean? That you need to um, execute every command like add migration, then update database, add migration, update database in order to keep the database up to date. But if you put it like true, you only need to add the migration and it will automatically update the database for you. So, but just for practical reasons, I just put it false because every time I would like to do like an update in my database, I would like to execute myself update database in order to apply it to the database. So in this case, I just configure only one table. So after do the enable migrations and the class configuration is created, then the next thing to do is to run the command add migration and putting something like something meaningful about that migration. So it's the change that you actually do, because this is just the starting of the project. I just put initial. I could put some other values, initial values, or a start project or something like that, something meaningful related to the change of the database that we are going to do. But in this case, because I initialize in the database, like I could put initialize database, and it will be just the same outcome of putting just initial, but it's something meaningful for the command that I'm executing. So in here, I put this command, and when I execute it, it automatically creates like another class inside the migrations table, which is this class, and it has a timestamp of when it was created and the name that I put for this migration. And inside of that migration, what it shows is that what is the actual um, change that I'm making. So the change that is related to that migration, because I didn't do nothing for the database, and this is the starting point of the application. This shows me the actual table that I'm going to create. In this case, because I add inside application DB context the table students, in here, the first migration is going to try to create the table student. So it's the command that is going to be executed to create the table students. So once I got this, I need to somehow execute that in order to create the table here. So the command to do that is update database. So in my console, after running this command, I need to execute the update database command. Update database command, what it will do is create actually the tables and everything that is related to that migration into our database. So it's going to apply all the changes that I made into the database. So I already execute the update database. So here I have my students table, which has the fields that I define my model. So if I expand this table, it has ID, name, enrollment date, and photo. In this case, my model for this table is actually ID, name, enrollment date, and photo. Something that some of you just point me out about the this annotation key is that we don't need that annotation if we are going to define like a field ID as a primary key for this table. So it's just optional just to put key or not if we define like a field with the name ID inside of this model. So in this case, is going to be identity, and is going to be the primary key for this table. So it's optional just to add the annotation for that. So uh, so everything is created, and we see also that this photo has been created like a binary field. So it's a special field to hold like array of bytes inside of there. So from here, I'm going to just store the images like an array of bytes in the application. So the next thing that I did for this application is to generate the scaffolding for the application. So in the scaffolding, the only thing that I did was right click, add new scaffold item. And from there, you have the option MVC file controller with views using entity framework. I choose that option, I click on add, and then from there, I was able to choose Okay, what will be the model class that I'm going to generate from the template? And I choose only the student, and and after that I choose the DB context from there, and I generate the student's controller and all the views associated to that particular model. So what is generated so far is inside the views is going to generate a folder called students. So in this folder, it will generate all the views necessary to scaffolding in this project. So create, delete, details, edit, and index. So once it's done that, um, is the code is pretty much the same for every single scaffolding because it's a template. So it's going to generate the index action, the details action, the part of the getter, and the post for the create, the post for the no the getter for the create, the post for the create, and so on. So it's going to generate everything for me, and even is declaring a variable inside of the controller related to the connection of the database. This variable is named DB, which is an application DB context that represents the connection to the database. So using this variable, if we want to list the students from there, the only thing that we need to do is like db.students to list, and is going to pass to the view index for this action is going to pass the list of students uh, just to show in your views. So this this view, the index view, which is the most simplest view in all of this, what we'll do is to generate a table, uh, just listing all the fields in all the fields from our database or our table. In this case, this is the student table, so it's going to list the name, the enrollment day, and the photo. But in this case, as you can see, when I pass the model, the actual model that is passed is an IEnumerable and the student model. So it's a list of students. IEnumerable is an interface that could be implemented also in the list concrete class. So you can pass a list, or you can pass other kind of concrete classes that implements IEnumerable. So just in essence, I could just change it like a list, and it will work the same. But just because the template generated this way is also correct. So uh, from there uh, from there, I made some adjustments to this list in order to show the photo as you may see in my example. You have seen that I have an additional column which is photo, and I just show the photo inside of it. But it's not a regular photo, it's a thumbnail. So it's a smaller version of the photo that I just registered in the table students. So how I accomplish this is by creating something that I already mentioned, that was an HTML helper that I define inside the folder helpers. I define an helper that is going to um, retrieve the photo and then convert it into a thumbnail and then present it into my view. So this HTML helper, if I go to the get thumbnail, what it's going to do is take the array of bytes that comes from the database, and then generate a smaller image and put it into this variable, and then from that image I will be able to just create my tag with the image inside of it. So this you can explore how it's done. I can explain to you also how it's done, but you you can explore the code about how it's created. The only thing that I just keep you that in mind is that this helper you're going to use in your exam maybe. So you only you are only concerned just to pass the right value, and it's going to just do the right thing for you. So if you don't understand fully how it's done, it's not a problem. It's only like a library that you're going to use in order to put a thumbnail in your in your application. But if you want me to explain this, also is not a problem, but I can continue. Yes, you want me to explain this or just continue?
No, continue.
Okay. So
Excuse me, just a
yes,
question. This
yes.
helper is created automatically or you wrote it? This
Uh,
helper get image.
the thumbnail you mean?
Yeah, the helper, the HTTP helper for the image.
Yes, I create this this HTML helper. I created. I put actually two classes inside the folder helpers,
Yeah.
and in the helper, yes, I created and then make it available by referentiated using MVC registration dot helper. So it's referentiated the class using this, and then it becomes available to just put add HTML dot get thumbnail. Is going to
Yeah.
become available for your project. So it's,
It is always the same. I mean, we can copy it and paste it. Yeah, the helper. I mean.
yes, you can copy and yes, it's for you. Is if you ever want to just reuse it in your projects, you can copy it and you can use it this way.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes. So if I continue, yes. So that was the way how I shown the photo in my list. So this is the basic example that I could get from there, and then I adjust the creation and I adjust the edition of the of this student. So I'm going to start with the creation. So if I start in the controller, because I already present the list in here. So if I go to the creation, we have in the creation like our standard action that pass nothing into the view. So and we have the other action that actually um, store the student into the database, because we post the information of the student that are from the form into the database by calling this action. So the adjustment that I made for that, and I already mentioned yesterday, is that instead of just having the default that was the actually the student model, because I need to just um, handle it with a view model, because it's a better way to handle the data. You have like an intermediate object instead of just um, having to manage directly the object that is attached to your database. So it's a better way to program. Also is a little bit more code to add into your applications, but it's better to create, instead of having directly the student, you may use a student view model. So create a student view model, and in that student view model is almost exactly the same as my student. It has the ID, the name, the enrollment date, the but there is a change that I made in here. That is, okay, because I'm going to handle in the user interface, I need to have a way to capture what is actually selected the photo that we configuring in our form. So what I have done that is by creating the field, but with the type HTTP post file base. Why is that? Because every time that I'm posting like a photo using the HTML element file, when I try to do the binding to my model, is going to bind with this kind of object. It's going to be an HTTP post file based object. So for that reason, I create this view model that exactly match with the with the type of element that I would like to capture for the photo. That's why I just create also a view model. So this view model is going to capture the information that I send from the from my view into my model. So and additionally, I add an additional field just to maybe use it in my controller that representing the actual data that is in my database. But I'm going to explain that after. But I would like you to understand that I add this because that was the way that I was able to bind the information that is sent from the view. Actually, um, if I show the view, here is the element file from HTML. Okay, so just to match that element, I just because this element when I post to the server is going to be like converted or transformed into the HTTP post file-based object. So with this, I will be able to capture the photo. So that was one reason why I create a student view model for that. So in here, I have my student view model with all the information that I captured, in this case, the name, the enrollment date, and the photo. So when I have this, okay, here I just use the mapper. This mapper, maybe I'm going just to put a comment. It's just a short way to just map the information from the view model into the model. In another way to do it, it will be that, okay, I will create uh, the actual model, in this case, new student, okay? And I will pass like a student dot name equals student bm dot name. Then student dot enrollment date equals student bm enrollment date. So and so on. All the parameters that all the fields that comes from my view model, I need to recreate into my actual model, which is this student object. But let's say that you have like 10 fields. So you need to just pass between your view model into your model for every single field. So instead of doing that, I use the library mapper, automapper. So automapper, what it does is going to check the names of the variables. Let's say you have a student view model has the property name and the actual student model has the property name, so it's going to do the assignations for you. It's going to do okay, assign the name to the name for the model, the enrollment day for the view model into the enrollment day for the model. So it's going to do that. So it's an alternative just to make it short if you have like too many fields to copy. Instead of copying, you map between the student view model and the student model, and it's going to do it for you with this instruction. Do you have any question about that until now, or is okay? Okay, so in here, I just create the model student, and I pass in the values, the name, the value, enrollment date, and then I know that sometimes if I specify let's say the photo in my view model, if I specify the photo in my view model, I need to store it into my model student. But I know that this photo is of type HTTP post file base, and my model is of type array of bytes. So I created I create an utilitarian class which is image converter that does that. So it retrieves array of bytes based on of the type HTTP post file base. So you can explore the code about it, how it's done. Um, but essentially you just need to use it, and it's going to convert the HTTP post file base into an array of bytes that is going to be stored into the database. So I just do the assignation of that, and then in entity framework, to add a record, you need to call the add method and pass the record on it, and then call the save changes. These save changes, this will commit into the database. So it's going to save the values into the database, save to the database. So when it's saved to the database, so I just need to redirect to my index view in order to show the actual student that I just created. So that's the creation part. If I just run the application just to show you how it works. Until now is okay. You understand what I'm trying to say? Yes.
Yes,
Okay.
so we created view model just for uploading the photo.
Yes, for uploading the photo, but it's also a good practice, because let's say that you have various kind of data inside of your view. Let's say you manage in an order, you manage a person's info, you manage addresses, you manage many things. So you want to store all of that into your database. So it will be a good idea to create a view model that holds all the data, and then inside the controller you distribute the data among all your tables. So then you save into the database like that. So it's not only limited to one table. One table is a, but if you have a view model that holds like 20 fields and is going to be like divide into 4 tables, let's say, you can use it that way too. So it's a better way to work. Uh, yes, it's a little bit cumbersome because you need to just pass the same kind of information in this case for the student, but in other ways, if you have too many tables to insert just from one view model, is always handy. And it's the right way to do it in that case. So if I run this, if I would like to create a new, I can on Hankside. Okay, enrollment date 1/1/2021, and choose the photo. I don't know. I will choose whatever photo, and then I will just put the breakpoint in here. Okay, create. So here is saying that my model is valid, so it passed all the validations needed, and then from there I just create my model. I'm passing the name into my model, the date into my model. Then I specify a photo. Oh, it doesn't get the photo. That's kind of weird for this one. I think something was missing in the create, I will say. Uh, yes, something that is important to do and upload for every form in HTML. You may know, I don't know if you know, but is when you try to upload files, you need to configure a special attribute in your form, which is a multi-part form data that allows you to upload files. So if I don't have that and I try to upload, it won't upload anything. So I need to adjust just this create. Okay, and I will put create in here. So this is adjusted in order to manage this kind of data. So if you want to upload something, any file, you need to configure your form, in this case, with the attribute end type to multi-part form data. In that case, it will work with upload those files. So here I will run again this one. You just saw that when I try to retrieve the photo from there, it didn't work because that attribute needs to be configured for the HTML4 in order to work. Yes, so okay, we will wait a few minutes, a few seconds. Okay. It's a little bit slow. Okay. Have to be a little bit patient from this. Okay. But okay, so it's running. I will create the new record. The name will be Tom Hanks, the enrollment date, choose a file, then do this and then create. The model is still valid. So if I just pass it, the photo is actually in this object, as you can see, HTTP post file wrapper. So it has actually the content of the photo, the type of photo, content type, and the name of the photo. So here I will convert that into an array of bytes. So here is an array of bytes with all the content of the photo. Then add the student and then save changes. And then redirect. As you can see, I add the student Tom Hanks, but I choose whatever photo I have in my desktop, but it's like that. So as you can see, the creation was pretty much straightforward. So is the almost the very same thing when you're going to edit a student. So to edit a student, um, first of all, we pass the ID to retrieve it from the database. Okay. And then I did the mapping instead of just copying the values one by one. And the only value that I just copied from the database was the photo that has actually the array of bytes that I need to just show in the edit view. So if I go to edit view here, you will see that let me see here. I think I didn't put but I can put it like just right after this. I can differentiate using MVC student registration helpers, and then just below maybe the validation. Even we don't need the validation for this, but below the photo, below the element that allows you to upload a photo, I will present the current photo that we have configured we already have in the for the student. So in here I will add get thumbnail, then it's going to be model dot photodb, which is actually the photo inside is the photo that is retrieved from the database. So if I go here and go to this one, edit, you see that's the photo that is stored in the database as a thumbnail. I can choose another one like this and save it. And I just change the photo. I can edit again and choose the original that I just took and save it again. And it's actually working. That obviously we can change the names. If I do edit, I can put something else for the name and it will work too. So you can see that everything is unable to edit. Also this date, I can put 9 February and it will update for me. So with that, if we go back to the student controller, so the edition is just to show the edit page, and this is when I actually retrieve the information from the view by using my student view model. And here I just retrieving the student that is in the database, then checking if in my view model I have a photo to upload. If I'm going to upload a photo, I'm going to update the photo for my record in the database and then pass the value, the name, the enrollment date. And this is just to flag that this record is going to be modified, or that the record is modified actually, and then it will change the values that has been modified for the current record. So is that way how it works. I think this is self-explanatory.
But why we should
Yes.
indicate the state modified?
If I don't specify the state modify, by default, it won't change the modification because it says, okay, this record. Okay, but in
But
this
it
case,
it
no, in this
tracks
case,
because it's setters. You use setters, yeah.
yes, in this case, no, the okay, just to recap in entity framework, in this case, I think if I put this state modify nothing, it will work too. But if I just trying to recreate the student object like um, like as a new student like this, okay, and trying to put all the information inside, I will need to add this kind of state. Why? Because in here, in this first statement, I'm retrieving directly from the database. So already this is a record that is attached to the database. So every time that I have a record that is attached to the database, I don't need this statement because this record, the record is already from the database. But if I recreate the record, let's say, I will need this because this will identify that the record is for update, not for insert or any other kind of operation for this record. I don't know if you understand what I said.
Yes, thank you. Yes.
Yes. So it's actually that way, but I just left it that way because it doesn't do any harm. Because always this is a modification, but because this is retrieved from the database, I don't need it. But if I just pass the student model directly from here, I will need to put this because it's not an object that is directly attached to the database already.
So if we
That's
recreate the object with the same ID,
yes.
that we need this statement.
Yes. If I recreate the student and then put the ID after, I will need to flag that this record is for update. So, yes, if I put
Okay.
the yes, student bm.id, so I need to forcibly flag that this is going to be for update. But I just retrieve from the database, so we know that it will be for update. You can play with it also and verify that, but is that the case? So I cover the creation and the edition of the student. So do you have any questions about this? Is it clear for you? Okay. If no one has questions, so the deletion of the student is pretty much straightforward, the same thing. So you pass the ID and you want to just delete the student from the database. So we have in entity framework the method remove in order to remove from the database and then apply the changes using save changes. So it's pretty much straightforward for that. So this is just I made little adjustments into the scaffolding that we did, and I was able to just create this kind of application that also uploads a photo. Very important thing for the photo is that we need to configure our form to be multi-parent form data. If not, is the photo won't upload. So we need to be careful about that. I just have also the same mistake. I will apply these changes actually. Uh, Fix on creation of student creation photo was not upload commit. So I can apply those changes. So the changes are applied. So this is pretty much a basic application that only does that. That application will help you in your exam to maybe show thumbnails and things like that for the exam that we are going to cover. Also, I didn't finish the part of the partial views. Before starting, let's say Ajax, we need to have a better understanding how can we use partial views in our ASP.NET MVC applications. So I have another example of partial views, and partial views are also covering in the exam. So I will just show you how do we manage partial views in ASP.NET MVC. So I will close this. And I'm going to just show you this demo of partial views that I didn't show you before. But I show you just a small example of partial views in the past, just passing a model. But here, this is a more complete example of partial views that I'm going to share to you. Also, I will upload it into GitHub. So what it does here, I'm going to just run this application just to give you the idea first how it looked like. Okay, I will run this. Has to be faster, I will say. Takes a while. Okay. Okay. So what I'm trying to show is that we can we can share like the same user interface using partial views. Let's say here you see that this is an address, okay, that has many attributes for this address. It has a door number, city, state, and pin number. So this address is like a structure. There is a complex structure that is shown like this, and this could be reused in many parts of your application. In this case, I reuse this in both these two columns, so has the same like UI, how to present that information, and also I reuse it in here in the details. The details has the same kind of information presented. So this how was it done is by using partial views. So I will explain how it's done. So if I go to the Solution Explorer and I go to the index view, is it customer index? So in here in customer index, a way to reuse a part of the interface that I would like to share in many parts of my application is by using partial views. This partial view, I have the partial view customer address details. So this partial view, I only need to put the name of the partial view and the model that supports this partial view, and is going to render all the content that is managed by my partial view. So this customer address detail, you see that is the same kind of interface in the list for the present address than the permanent address. So has the same kind of user interface. So if I would like to share like the same user interface or same part of the user interface, I can put that part into a partial view and render it this way. Just referentiate the name of the partial view and then the actual model that is going to handle by this partial view. So how is done this partial view? I created just a partial view inside the folder share, and is the customer address details partial view, as you can see here. And what it does is only list the values of this customer address model. So I have the door number, the city, the state, and the PIN number this way. So I'm able to just share this user interface for the current address than the permanent address. So it's going to share the same kind of user interface, different values, because I'm passing the corresponding object values for each one field. But is that is the idea. The idea is to reuse user interface by put some common user interface into a partial view, and then just using our models in order to pass that values and just render it that way. So do you have any questions about this? Is it clear? Is it clear? Yes. So I did the same thing when I did the edit part. So if I view Solution Explorer, let's say I go to the edit CHTML. Oh no, it was the details, sorry. The details. So in the details, I did the same thing. So I reuse the customer address details here. I'm able to just present the same kind of information that I just present in the list without having me to rewrite the same HTML. So you can reuse that user interface by using partial views. So we have our models. We have, let's say, the customer model. The customer model in here, it has like regular values, like simple ones like integer, strings, but can also manage like complex values like customer address, which is a structure, a class that has many values inside of it. So you should be able to do the same thing in your applications too, and reuse also user interface by applying partial views into your applications in ASP.NET MVC. So that's pretty much clear, I will say. Do you have any questions about partial views? No? So why I'm explaining partial views? Because For the Ajax part, we will use extensively partial views in order to have our user interface like dynamic. So it's very helpful to just manage with partial views. So I will explain that a little bit later. So I will close this example. So I will close this. And this project, I will share it to you with Git. Okay, so
And could you update your last project because you updated, uploaded before you made the changes?
which one? The
With photo.
yes. I just update the changes, even push it into the server. I will check that. MBC student registration. I think the changes must be applied. So in here, I think the changes were in the views, in the create view, something like that. Student, fix on student creation, as you can see. And the change must be there, so this one.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, it's I uploaded, yes, already. So in here, if I go to the repositories, this one. So I will make it available for you. Settings, manage access. So I will share it. Okay, so we are good with this one. So I'm going to just also present another example of an application. I just uploaded into Teams a document to Teams here in files. I upload a document which is video rental sample app that I'm going to cover today. This is a basic application. It actually doesn't do the rental. It's only the part of the administration of the movies catalog and the customer. So it's in this case we have the application that will only manage the customers and the movie catalog, not necessarily the rentals. And then we are going to create like a role can manage that will be defined to manage the movie catalog and customers. And I have the table structure in here that we are going to cover. And also I put like an additional reference for that, because when you define like a table in, let's say, SQL Server, it has its corresponding value or type of value in .NET. So this is the complete list of all the corresponding values for every single type of data from SQL to C#. So varchar corresponds to string, datetime to datetime, but tinyInt is a byte in .NET, tinyInt in SQL Server. So you will see what are the corresponding type of values for SQL Server and C#. So I'm going to do this exercise for you. Yes, I'm going to start this application, and what it does is only the administration of customers and movies. And in this case, we're going to use migrations. We're going to add values, initial values in our database, and we are going to define like security in our application, because this application will use individual user accounts. Individual user accounts allow us to use like roles. So that's why we will define a special role called can manage that will allow us to show certain information for the admin and other information for the regular users or the anonymous user. So we will define admin user and we will define the role for it. And also in here, we're going to use our scaffolding. So creating all the views and the controllers based on our models by using scaffolding. And there is going to be like the exercise part 1. You can follow me, and then you can practice the exercise 2. Doing it, I will give you like um, half an hour to do the exercise 2, or maybe 1 hour. But I'm going just to go step by step for the exercise 1 for you. So I so I will start. I think I need to close this. And also, I think one of you asked me for the customization of the of the tables in ASP.NET Identity yesterday. Yes, Khalil. He asked me, I think, something about the customization instead of having the ASP.NET users prefixed with ASP.NET. That just to have the yes.
Okay.
Yes. So the only thing that we need to do for that, yeah, let me just, I have it in this application, I think. Yes. Yeah. Is that in the identity models class in your application, if you can just handle, okay, maybe you don't want the naming convention to be pluralized, so you can remove the pluralization of the naming convention in the in your database with entity framework. But also you can specify what will be the names of your tables for every single entity that you have in ASP.NET identity. So for the role, I will change it to role. For the user role, and so on. So for the application user, instead of having ASP.NET users, you will have the user table. Or even if you don't want to just remove the pluralization, you just put roles, user roles, claims, providers, and users, and it will work that too. So you can just customize like that, and in your database is going to be generated with those names. That's in the application DB context. I can share just this part to you on Teams. for everyone. Post. So new conversation. Format. Okay. Okay. I will add this. Oh, sorry. And I will put customizing ASP identity users to to use other table names. So it's like this. It's, you just need to just override on model creating, and you will be able to customize the names on that. So I will post it. So with that, you will be able to just customize the ASP.NET identity, user identity. So with your own names of tables, table name on table names. So okay, so having done that, do you have any other question, Khalil, about the names or about something
No,
else?
that's it. Thank you.
Okay, so I will close this. Okay, so I'm going to create like from a start, and here I have actually the project video rental that I wanted to show. It's a pretty simple project, but you will get a better idea what it does. If I show you how it's done. So in here, I can see as a just a anonymous user. If I click on movies, I will be able only to see the movies in my catalog of movies. I'm not able to just add a movie or things like that. I only see, okay, here I need to change the strings, but I'm only able to see the what kind of movie is and what is the name of the movie, and then if I go to the details, I will be able to see those details. Okay, it didn't present this. Okay, but it's not a problem. I can fix it that, but you get the idea. If this is only read-only for an anonymous user, but if I ever connect as an admin, let's say I go to login. For that, I will use like the identity defined in my application. So if I go to admin test, admin, if I log in, okay, I will be able to actually edit the values. So I will be able to do edit and change the values. Let's say the name, I can change the name, the genre, the dates, and the number in stock of the movies and of the movie that I have. And also I'm able to look up the customers. but I think the customer has nothing here. Oh no, okay. I have one customer, and this customer is configured at pay as you go, and just basic information from the customer. So this is just an application that enforces the security, because we can do the edit if we are not like an admin user. So that's why I create like a role for that, which is the can manage role that will be able to edit movies and customers. So if I log off, because a pretty simple example, so we are going to do it from scratch. I will start a new project, Visual Studio. Oh, create a new project. Then next, and in this case, okay, okay, we'll put it another name, MPC Video Rental. Create. And then I'm going to change the authentication, because we are going to use identity, individual user accounts. Then okay. Then create. Okay. So in this video rental, first of all, when we have like already configured for individual user accounts, it comes with the entity framework already configured. If you see here in models, entity models, there is already an application DB context inside of it. So it's
But why
already.
it inherit identity DB context and not only DB context? It's a difference if you create manually.
If I created manually, because we would like to have like everything in one DB context. For instance, not to complexify things, I will say, but in order to make it work for us, will be to add our classes inside of this DB context that is already created for us, or yes, because it's already created. You just can decide, maybe take this class in another place, but also declaring that it inherits from identity DB context. So it doesn't matter if you want to create like I can create like infrastructure and pass the application DB context into that class, a separated class. But the problem is that I need to just fix all the parts that are related to this application DB context. Instead, if I just write the code inside of here, it will be much more easier to just add it from here, instead of moving this application DB context, or maybe removing the application DB context, creating an own application DB context for myself, but it won't follow the identity. So I will need to forcibly add this to my application DB context in order to work with my identity.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Yes, but you can do the adjustments. If you don't like to have like an application DB context here, you can adjust it. And even a good practice, I will say, because not in all the projects in a production environment or in a job, not all the classes are inside one project. You separate the project into libraries. So this application DB context for me, it will be more in a in a separated project, and I just need to make the adjustments to make it work, but it's just to separate into a different project, because for me it's not a good practice to have everything inside the website. You may need to separate the data access layer from the front end by creating another project for that. But it's not, this is only for educational purposes, because the way that is done is into other projects. So in here we have everything already, because we have the support for entity framework already in our project, and we have our configuration. Maybe I can just change the name of the database just to make it short, because MVC, I don't like it to be ASP.NET MVC Video Rental. I was just remove that from the name in the web.config. And then I will adjust also the local name. So it's going to be like that. So until now, everything is good. And then we need to just create our models. So from here, I need to check what are the values for every single class. Let's say we are going to start with movies. Just to make it short, I will copy the movies from here. Let's say movie. I will copy this, add new item, code, class, movie. And if I paste that, okay, I need to add the reference, the data annotations. I don't have the genre yet, and I will create it. But in here, if I check from my Word document, I need to create an ID, which is the primary key. By default, is going to be the primary key. The name field, which is a string, is going to be not null, so require, and with a specific length 255. We're going to have a foreign key, which is going to be the genre ID that I create here, genre ID as a foreign key. Here I don't specify the foreign key, but it is going to be foreign key. Then I will add the date add, the release date add, the release date, number in stock, and number available, with each corresponding kind of type. You have the date times for things that are datetime. You have the bytes for things that are tiny int, that you can check the data types from this URL. So a small int is a byte. So it's from 0 to 255 or something, or minus 255. No, it should be 0 to 255. So I need to create a genre, which is going to be our foreign key table. So the genre has only ID and name. I will create the genre, add new item, add, just to, I will copy this, reclass genre to make it short. But in essence, it's just I define the ID for the genre, and I define the name that is going to be not null, so require, and the length to 255. So I just add the support for the annotations that I just put. So in here, there is something that we might need to notice is in order to implement a foreign key, okay, we need to specify the class, so the genre in our, I will say, parent table, and we need to specify the foreign key itself. You can see genre ID is the foreign key for this table. That so you're going to have no, this is the no, sorry, the genre is the parent table, and the movie is the child. So you need to specify like this in order to have the relationship between movie and genre as a foreign key. So here we have genre, and what do we have next? We have customer and membership types. So I will add customer. Add and membership type. I think I put it that way. To a membership type with uppercase. Add. Okay, I will copy just the definition for both. In this case, I will copy membership type. Membership type and the definition of customer. So here I will copy this. And I will add the annotations. So in here, what it, okay, in here I have the customer, which has an ID primary key, has a name, require. It has, if we are going to subscribe to a newsletter, this customer, it has a membership type that is going to be like a foreign key in this table. And we have the date of birth that could be optional, so it's nullable. In the membership type, we have the ID, the name, a sign-up fee, the duration in months for the membership, and a discount rate depending on the membership. And then I define like two values that represent the kind of membership that we have. Unknown, pay as you go. Unknown is when we don't necessarily know what kind of membership we are putting, but I think we won't use it. So for this example, it's going to be just the like master table. So it's going to be just a maintenance application. It's going to maintain the customers and the movies, only that. So far so good for the model. So we have the customer, the genre, we have the movie, and also I add, it's not necessarily a model, but I put it inside models. I'm going to define like a class name, role name. where in that class I will just define the static value for my role. In this case, I will just put it like can manage. The role will be so it's just like a constant that I am defining in the application, because I will use that constant instead of just tapping the can manage. I can make mistakes if just trying to hard code from if I try to hard code in my application. So it's better to create a constant for that and just referentiate it directly into your application. So that's okay. That's I create that. So something else that I need, for instance, no. Um, so I will create. So I have all my models. I have everything set. And what do I need to do is do the migrations for that. So in this document, here I already define my table structure already, everything. I define my role can manage and everything. So this part is finished. And then I need to enable migrations, and I need to define my user and my role. So I will show you how we can define custom users and roles in your application. So in here, I will go to Tools, Package Manager Console, and I will enable migration. I have everything set in my application for that. So I will go and enable migrations. Migrations, enter. Ah, there is something that I'm missing. I, before okay, I enable migrations. That's okay, but I didn't add in my models into my DB context. So I will need to adjust that. So in here, I have my DB context. So I need to add all the models that I define. DB set. I have a movie. It's going to be movies because it's always pluralized. Then DB set, in this case, genre. Genre. Then I have customers. Finally, I have my membership. Membership types. So I have everything in place before just calling my add migration. But okay, I define my DB context. Everything is in place, but there is something missing here. Where do I define my admin user and my role for the database? So that needs to be configured inside my configuration class in the seed method, here in the seed method. So here I remove this. I actually have a copy of that. I have add custom user and roles. So I can copy this. And paste it. So in here, what do I need? Here I will use obviously my constant instead of having like hard coding everywhere. So here I will add the support for the ASP.NET identity. And here I don't like to hard code. So role name dot can manage. Here necessarily I need to hard code my admin user. Okay. And here I will put secret pass one exclamation mark, like a strong password. Not that strong, but in here I will configure the association. So what it does this first, I will check if I already define my role can manage inside the database. If it's not, I will create it with this statement, okay? And then here I will check if I already defined the username admin. If I didn't create it, I will create it here. And then I will add it to the role. So for this particular user, I will add the role can manage for him. So I have pretty much said everything. Do you have any questions before I?
Could you explain one more time how it works? The seed method, yeah.
How it works? What?
This method, yeah.
Okay. The seed method. Okay, the seed method is to initialize your or populate your database. So in this seed method, I put this code because with this code, I'm going to create records into my database. And which kind of records? I'm going to create the roles, okay? One role, which is can manage that I would like to add into my database. And I will create my user admin for the first time. So this is the code only for the creation of a user. In this case, I'm creating my user admin at admin.com with password secret pass one exclamation mark. And then this last line is to associate my user admin to the role can manage. So is it clear that part or yes?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. So is that so it's just that. So I will close everything here. Too many files in there. And then the only need to do is to add the migration, the initial migration. So I go to the console and I will add my migration, add migration initial. Enter. What it is actually creating the necessary code to add the tables that I specify. So here is going to create the table customers, the table membership types, the table genre, and the table movies. And also is creating my identity user tables, which are ASP.NET rules, ASP.NET user roles, ASP.NET users, claims, logins, So everything that I need. So from here, the only thing that I need to do is to update the database. So update database, update database, and I put enter, and it will generate the database for me. And it's going to run the seed method for me too. So if I go check the database to verify if everything is okay, I'm going to connect to the database and then look at the tables that are actually generated. You see that we have the tables for the identity and we have the tables of our application, which are customers, genre, membership types, and movies. But the thing we want to check is our admin user, if was actually created or not. I will click on show table data and actually create the user in here, admin@admin.com as a user. And also it will create the role. So if I go to ASP.NET roles, show table data, you see that it has generated an ID and the name of my role, can manage. And based on that, also we have the associative table that relate the user with the role, user ID with the role. So we have everything in place here in ASP.NET Identity. Um, so I will close this. And then the only thing that we need to do for now in this project should be do the scaffolding, because we have everything in place. We have the database, we have our models, and everything is fine. So I'm going to just right click here, add new scaffold item. And then I'm going to choose MVC file controller with views using entity framework, and then click on add. And then I'm going to choose the model class, which is in our case the movies first, movie, and then the data context, which is application DB context for us. And then it's going to create a movies controller that manages everything. So I'm going to click on add. It's working hard for the scaffolding. So finally, okay. Sorry, I missed something also. When's one? Okay, no, it was the update database already executed. Okay, no, it's okay. So here we just generate the scaffolding for the movies. So we are ready just to execute our application and see if it works, because with the scaffolding we must be pretty much set for the application. Okay. It takes time always, as always. Okay, maybe we need to adjust these names because it's not proper. We're going just to update it right away. Layout. We might like to have, let's say, the movies and movies in here. Here, video rental application. Here I will have customers, index, customers, and then remove this. So if I refresh this, so I have video rental. Maybe here the content we can adjust it. But okay, it's going to be the application video rental with the movies and customers. So if I click on movies, so it goes to the list of movies. So they only need, I will create a new one. Here the movie Shark. It didn't populate my genre. Okay. Something was missing in the scaffolding. Okay, I see. It's not because I didn't populate the genre, it's because I didn't put it in the yes, I didn't put it here. So I might need to add it. So add the genre from the list. Here we have a list of genre: action, thriller, family, romance, comedy. So I need to add those into my seed method. So what I'm going to do, I have the context already here. So I can put context dot genre dot add or update. And from there, I can just have a list of genre, new genre. I'm going to define a name equals action. Action, then it's going to be a thriller. Then family, romance, comedy. Also, I might need to add also, okay, the memberships. Okay, we can do it in the other exercise, but so in here, I will stop this. And then, because I have add or update, I will save the changes. And that's it. So I will just rerun my application. Eventually, I could add it myself in the database directly into the database, but this is only by code. Okay, you can do it by code or having a SQL script and run it. It's not a problem. It's just you have options to do one or the other. It's just a choice. If I go to movies, and create new. Oh, didn't work the relationship. I will check first the database if actually populated.
So the
I
seed
don't think
method,
so. I don't think so, yeah.
Seed method runs every time you run application?
It depends. It depends on one particular configuration. I just put the configuration automatic migration enable false. So in this case, for me, I will need to run the command update database. I think that I missed that one. Package manager console, I will run update database. Every time I will do update database.
So every time you update database, it will populate database with new fields.
In this case, because I'm adding add or update, yes, it's going to populate the database because
So it's better to remove once it's populated.
In this case, it is not that bad because in here we have add or update. So
okay.
So is this only will add if there is no record.
But what about
yes, but
new admin
yes,
user? What about
yes,
user?
I think that it can be dangerous too because no, that means user is protected because here you check if the role doesn't exist, so create the role. If the user doesn't exist, create a user.
Okay.
So that's protected, but this this even I think I need to specify the ID because for me if I don't let's say if every time it will add new ones because if I don't specify any ID for that it's going to add new ones. Maybe this I will better add it into a SQL script instead of having into in my code. But the other one for the admin, yes, it has to be in the application, I will say, because the admin has like a hash password. So the hash password, yes, is unless we have the same algorithm available in SQL Server that we can just create the password for that user. So in here I will just compile this before and I will go to the NuGet package. Okay, and error updating. Something already happened in there. I will just rerun that update database. Okay, the work. So I will check here how has been generated. Oh, tables, genre, show table data. Yes, I realize that I might need to specify the ID, because if it doesn't exist, okay, it's not a problem. You will create it like this in that order. But if it exists and I don't specify the ID, it's going to generate new IDs, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, like that.
Try to run update database once more time.
Okay, update database. And we close this, running seed method, okay. And then jump again, show table. It's taking time, but
Nice. It was updated only.
yes, yes. So I will close this and I will run again the application. So actually we just generate the scaffolding for the movies, but we didn't put any restriction for any user. Here an anonymous user and able to just do modifications here, like, okay, release date, number start 10, number available, create. And it will add my movie from here. So in this case, we want to enforce the uh, the security of our application, because we don't want that anyone could add new movies or even people that are not registered to our applications even might be not allowed to do it. So I will add those verifications in the code. So here I will close all this and we will go. So what do we want to accomplish in this one? So in here first, I don't want that anyone just see the customer, but yes, the movies, but only like read only, let's say. The list of movies read only. So to have a list of movies read only, I'm going to create a view, a particular view only for the read only. So the view will be simple. So it's going to be like the index view. So in here, I can add the view if I'm running the application. I need to stop it. So here add view, add is going to be a read-only view. I will put that name read-only, and I'm going to choose the template list. I'm going to choose movies, movie, and then add. So in here, because it's a read-only view, I can't just have the button, the link create and remove. I'm removing this. Then I will remove this TD that is a edit, the edit. I'm going to remove the edit. I'm going to remove the delete. That's it. Edit and delete. And I'm going to leave it as is. So in here, we have already our view, but we need to handle this view. I will put this. Okay, list. We will need to handle this view in our controller. So the controller is going to have the logic to just show the view to edit the movies, or the view to just see the movies not for edit. So here, if I go Solution Explorer, I'm going to my controller, which is the movies controller, and I need to adjust this. So in here, I will check here if user dot is in role, to check the role. I define my role, no role name dot can manage. See if the role if can manage. So I am the admin, so I have this role can manage. Then list my default view, which is the index view that has everything, has the edit, has the delete, has everything. If not, I will return my read-only view. So I will put read-only, which is the name of the view that I define. And then I'm going to pass the list of movies. So I got that. So
and what does the method include does? Line 20, what does the method include does?
What it does? Okay, it's because when you have a list of movies, let's say you have in the model, let's say here you have the model movies, right? Okay, you have this model, and the one particular movie has its own genre, right? Okay, but the way that is retrieved in a list is a lazy loading way. It's lazy loading. What does it mean is if we don't if we don't specify that we want to retrieve the genre, it's not going to retrieve the genre. So for that reason, because the way that is retrieving the movies is lazy loading those elements like genre, we need to include in the list. We need to also retrieve the genres associated to the movies. So that's why we need the include.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, it's basically using entity frame on lazy loading for that. So that's why we need to
But
put
we
the
can
include
specify eager loading.
Yes, but in this application is by default lazy loading. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
So in here,
question.
yes.
So here you are trying to show to select a view based on the role. So we cannot do it like since we are just removing instead of creating two views. We are just removing like specific, let's say, HTML tag. We cannot just remove this, let's say, tags based on the role?
What I could do also, instead of having a new view, I will just go into the index and then, okay, I don't want to show this edit, so I will go add a user dot using role,
Yeah.
and then specify role name like that. So role name, I need to just add here the using MVC video rental and dot models, then have the role name dot can manage with an if. So add if user like this, and then having this like this. Okay,
Yeah.
so
Yeah, exactly.
yes, I could do it that way, but I would prefer just to have not too much code in my
Okay.
views, because are pretty much simple and better handle it in the controller, because it's cleaner, I will say, to handle
Okay.
in the controller. So I will remove this too.
Okay.
But
Thank
it's
you.
always a choice. You can do it that way too.
Okay.
So here I have read only. So and also right now it's not entirely secure, but at least we are just making appear or disappear links, but it's not 100% secure. We will adjust it to be more secure than that. But so by default, when we land to the movies web page, it's not going to appear the edit or delete, because by default, if we are not like admin users or something like that, it only shows the details here, and we are not able to edit the values. Details. Here edit, we need to adjust the details because we don't want to edit, but it has to be only back to list for the details, but it's like that. So if I just sign in with my admin user, admin.com, we put secret pass one exclamation mark and login. So in here, if I go movies, edit, details, delete, you go to the edit, so you can save if you want to, or the delete if you want to remove the record. Okay, here the delete has something missing. I think the delete is it doesn't do the eager loading, I will say. Yes, back to list. So I think this example is pretty much explanatory until now. I can add just only one more verification, I will say, for that. Let's say I can adjust also in the top of the page. I don't want to look at the customers, but we didn't cover all customers yet. Maybe I can adjust the details, because the details here, I don't want edit when I am not manager user. So I can adjust that too. So I can go to details in here, details, and just do if user dot is enroll, put in the reference using MVC video rental dot models, then role name dot can manage Control X. So if okay, is having some problem with this pipe. Having okay. Okay, and then from here, if I want to check, okay, if I am an admin, okay, I'm able to edit. If I log off and then go to movies, and go to details, I'm no longer having the edit button, as you can see. Back to list. I'm only able to see the information. Maybe I don't need to see all the information either, because I don't, maybe it's not something that is useful for me see the number in stock or number available. Maybe it's only for the administrators to see that. So I can just also remove that from my view. So in here, read only. I don't want to show these two columns. Just remove them. And then refresh. And they are not available. And also in my details, okay, the details, also maybe these two, I can just adjust it, adjust it on the needs of the application. So you get the idea. I think we can do the break for now. So see you at 12.
Yes, thank you. And after
Yes.
the break, could you tell us more about view templates?
Yes.
What the difference type?
Okay. Do you mean the view template? So
List template you used in this project.
okay.
There is more. I see.
Okay. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Hello.
Hi.
Yes. Hi. Yes, I just I download your file, but it was correct. I look at in the internet and they say that if you reinstall by doing by the console, let's say you just run the command that I just sent to you.
Yeah, I started right now. I'm trying. First, I need to uninstall the entity framework. Yes, uninstall,
Yes.
and then let me share if you want.
Yes. Sure.
Yeah, I uninstall it now, and then tools here, control V.
No, you didn't put. Okay, you need to copy. Okay.
I copied it, install package, entity framework, include release. Okay.
Okay. So then we need to just test the.
Migrations. Yeah.
Oh,
No.
it's still having the same problems. But it says it is not recognized as a name. Something. And have you tried to close Visual Studio and open it again?
I tried it before, but I will do it again.
You already tried?
Yeah, I tried it.
Okay.
Also. This one, it is this one.
Okay. It has the same problem that you. It has the same problem as before, or okay?
Yeah,
No, it's
the same as before. I really don't know what's the problem.
the full project is MVC scaffolding package source. It says all. Maybe you need to. Have you download the? Is the one that I share that MVC scaffolding, or you did it yourself, that one?
No, I did myself.
Okay, I see.
You didn't share MVC scaffolding in GitHub.
Okay, maybe okay, we'll check that because I thought that I share it, but
I didn't
I
see that.
okay, I will check that out. Repositories. Yes, it's private. Okay, I will share it.
Okay, I will zip it and send it to you again. Maybe.
Yes, but when you send that, don't send the packages that are installed. maybe you might need to remove it because it's going to take more space.
This is MS. This one. This one.
Let
What
me
can
see.
I do?
I didn't see your. Okay.
Delete the packages.
Yes, yes, yes. I don't need that. It's going to take a lot of space for nothing.
Okay. And then zip it, yeah?
Yes.
Compress. And may I have your email?
You
send
can
by
send it
Teams?
by the chat. Yes, in the chat.
Teams, okay.
In the chat.
I will send it here.
Yes, it should be tiny now.
Yeah. It's uploading. Nice stuff.
But okay. Okay. I will check that later, and I will send you a response after.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay. So we can continue. Okay. I will share my screen. So I will share this this application, MVC Video Rental, and I will ask you to complete the exercise 2, just to create the views and create the read-only and everything. So just for you to as an exercise, and also yes, if you have any questions about the project, you can ask me about it. I will share to you. Create a push. So in the second part, you may need to create a customer's controller, and maybe you add the read-only list, and then secure the controller actions that you need to secure. So just to finish this, the secure, I need to do some adjustments in here. Just to cover that, let's say the create, we don't want that anyone can create like movies. In our case, we will enforce the security by adding this annotation: authorize roles equals role name can manage. So only the admin is able to create movies. And also the same thing when we post. Only the admins can post the creation of movies. The edit part, we need to also enforce the security for that. And here too. Delete also. Also this one. So pretty much everything except to show the details. So everything is secure, and the index, we will allow that anybody could visit in a read-only mode, but in order to change or to have the links, you need to be an administrator for that. So here is checking, okay, if you have the can manage role, so you are able to go to the view where the edit and delete links are. But if not, you only see the read-only version. So I will make those change here. Reinforce security on action methods by adding authorize roles equals the role can manage annotation. So it's so if I commit this, I will push it into the GitHub. So just to give you an idea how it works, just that part, I will run the application again. Okay, I'm going directly to go movies. That's it. Movies. It's taking time. Okay, so here, let's say, if I log in here as an admin, I'm able to go to movies and eventually see the edit, delete links. So I can edit and I can go movies, edit one. But let's say somebody copy this and try to not be authenticated or not having the appropriate right. If I go here, enter, you need to provide like the user, a user admin for that, because you are not allowed to enter to the edit for the movies. But let's say that I'm actually a user, test.test.com. If I log in, I'm actually a user. If I go click here, still I don't see the edit and details because I'm not an admin. And maybe I copy, I'm actually a user that is authenticated. If I copy and paste to edit a movie, that movie, enter, it will go to the login because you are not an appropriate user to do that kind of operation. So it reinforces the security to not be allowed to do something that you are not intended to do. So far, it's okay. That is, you understand the concept. So as long as you don't have the rights of admin, in this case, the role can manage. You are not allowed to even do any action that is not secure by that. So here any action that is secured by that role. So here in movies controller, the only thing that I just modify now was adding this annotation: authorized roles can manage. So only the managers are able to go to this action, to the creation and to the delete and to the basically the edit. So nobody is able to edit or delete or create if is not an admin. So I just upload that, and I will ask you to download the application, so you may be able to adjust the application to do the exercise number 2. Okay. Also, Arten, you asked me about the views, the view templates.
Yeah.
What exactly do you want to know?
What type of templates are available to us, and how it works? Yeah.
Yes, only the right now in Visual Studio, only the ones that you have seen so far. So you have the index template, which is the list. You have the create, the delete, the details, and the edit. Only that. You don't have any other template available for now in Visual Studio. It's only the ones that are available by default. So you can customize like Visual Studio to add more templates in your projects, or maybe the other way to have other kind of templates or even controls you may be available like HTML helpers. There are many companies that create that kind of HTML helpers like this, like the ones that are available with add HTML. So for ASP.NET MVC application. So it's like, okay, if you want a fancy list, you may have available like I don't have the names of the companies that made those third-party controls, but you can just add those like controls or HTML helpers to your project, and from that you can just use them. But other templates than these basic ones, I don't see any other in Visual Studio.
Okay, just create, delete, edit, and a list. Yes.
Yes, that's it. Then you can even add templates in Visual Studio. There is a folder. I don't know exactly where the folder is, but there is a folder where all the templates available for Visual Studio are, and then you can just add or customize the ones that exist there. But any other than these ones, you don't have it, so you might write everything by hand. And if you want to just share like sort of controls or something like that, you may need to write like HTML helpers for that.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. Yes. So you should be able to just customize a little bit the video rental to add the customers. So it's a good exercise too for you for the exam. But there is something that I didn't cover in this that the scaffolding did, just to give you an idea what is that about is when you see in the movies controller, when you do the create, there is the use of the view back. You see here view back dot genre ID new select list like this. This is that in order to make appear the elements of the in order to make appear the list of genre in the drop-down list, you have you can instantiate a select list object, passing your model and then specifying what will be the key and what will be the text to appear in the drop-down list, and then the value that is going to be selected by default. So with this, you should be able to just create like drop-down lists in your views. So this view back genre ID has to be in the view for the create movie. So if I go to view, and then go to genre ID, you see here that there is an HTML drop-down list specifying the field genre ID, then default value or the first value that appears in the drop-down list, which is null, that it will come with the value by default, which is action, because it's inserted like that in the genre that we have. And then this is going to output the drop-down list for us.
So we don't use view back here explicitly?
Yes, we don't use it, but internally we'll use it. So it's like yes, internally we'll use it. So in order to make appear like the drop-down list, the items of the drop-down list, you need to specify this. If I remove this, and there is going to be no item appearing in this create.
Okay.
So by default, it's using it like that. Yes. Something else.
I don't see your project in a GitHub.
Okay, let me check that. I think it's still. Let me see. Here, this is public. Then I will check. Maybe it's private. Okay, still is private. Okay, I will change the access. Settings. Manage access. Manage. And then it's going to be public. Control C, Control V, and yes. So right now it's available. So you may be able to download it. Code. Yes. So you can adjust it, and pretty much you will we will cover that for the exam. Essentially, we're going to use migrations. We are going to define a user, a role, like this case. We are going to use also the HTML helper that I defined for the thumbnail in the other project. And also, what else for the exam? I think it's pretty much like that. And also, I'm going to cover something for the for the partial views, the example that I just show today about the partial views that was sharing like the address. It was the permanent address and the yes. I will put that also in the exam. So it's going to cover pretty much all those three projects. So the partial views, the project with the upload photo, and the project with this project with the security in it. So it's going to be like that, a combination of those three, I will say. Yes. That's pretty much for the exam. So so today we were supposed to have like the Ajax, but still you didn't ask me about the assignment because you have the weekend to to just advance on your assignment. So I have something for you for the assignment. I will.
I have a question about assignment, but I want to ask it later. But if you ask, we have 3 links there, and one of the links it have to be for the what's called reviews, not reviews, comments. Why we have comments separately?
Can you show me? I didn't follow from the beginning. That's why I.
1 second, I will check in Teams file. Mira. Okay, it's assignment.
Also, I can open.
Yeah, I opened
yes,
it. So we have 3 links: homepage, posts, and comments. Why we have separation for the post and comments?
Oh, okay. Why? Because yes, the comments.
Usually...
the comments is going to be like one administration, like you see the students that we did is going to be for the comments. One administration for the comments. So in the comments you have to approve the comments by the administrator. So there you're going to edit the comment and put like, okay, that you approve the comment. So
okay, so comments is just for administration.
Yes, yes, it's only for the administrator. The administrator is going to approve the comments, and then when it's approved, it's going to appear in the post below. Yes, I can show you the screenshots for the assignment. Maybe it will help for you.
Yes.
Yes. So I'm going to just run it. Maybe you can take like screenshots already for that. Solution Explorer. I will run this. Last time it took a while just to open the project, I think. I will just stop this the rental because it's going to slow down the other project. So I will minimize it. And this, I will close it. Then I'm going to open the example of this rich text editor that I'm going to share for you. Okay. It will take a while. Okay, sorry. Okay, loading. Every time there is a remote like this, is like, okay, taking time. I don't know why. It's taking more time than usual when I open it, but okay. Okay, open please. Close almost everything from here because it's slow. It's loading down my application. Okay, okay. No, no. Minimize it. It's only here. I don't know why it's taking so long. I will close this. It's taking so long. Okay, here. Occur when initialize the database. Okay, login fail. Cannot open database. Okay, that's super nice. That's why it takes so long. Okay, I will open this database. How is that? Tables, post, show table. Show table. Everything is in there. Build, no. Debug without, start without debugging. Everything is in place. I don't see why it's okay. So this is the application. You are able to see it, yes?
Yes, we can see it.
Yes. So in here, essentially is when you are not authenticated, you see all the posts, but it's just part of the post, not the entire post. I will say, and if you want to see the post, you can click on it and then see the post. Okay, just below you have the comments. That will be a list of comments here. The list of comments. So this is the public users part. So they are only able to see. Even they can't like put some comments because an anonymous user can put comments. You need to be actually a user to put some comments. So I can create like a user here, like John Smith in this case, always. Then
And block have to be with photos, because in block I saw a photo.
no. The photo is only the content. In that case, it is the content of the web page. So I will go back to you for that.
Okay.
I will.
Thank you.
I'm going to put in this case a strong password. Smith at blog.com. I'm going to copy this and then register. So I'm registered to this blog, and then if I go to this post, I think I need to be approved. Sorry, I need to log in first. Log in. So I go here. I'm not actually logging. Log in. Login. Still not logging. Something weird with this is happening. I'm going to be like an admin. Admin. Okay. I'm still not logging. Okay, there's something is happening with this application. I'm supposed to just add a comment in here if I am a user. Something is happening. Maybe okay. Maybe I need to debug this because I don't know why it's not logging in. I am able to register. I can log in. I can put my user in here. Admin test admin. A data breach on a site app expose your password. Chrome recommends changing your password on localhost now. Okay. What can I do for that? Okay.
Open in a new browser.
Do you mean close it and open it in a new browser?
Yes, not in a Chrome. Different one.
I don't think so. I have this. Okay. Maybe if I go to somehow it's by default Google Chrome, but it has nothing to do with the to the browser, I will say. But login. Save. Okay.
It starts much faster with the Edge than
Yeah,
the
with the
Chrome.
Edge. Yes. Okay, if I go pause here, you see that the admin has like home and it has all the posts in here, like the regular users or the public user, but also has the ability to be an admin for the post, like the regular template that you already know from the scaffolding. Okay, so I can like edit my post and I'm able to edit the
And
post.
how do you implement editor?
Yes, that's what I was going to share to you, the project for the editor. But
Okay,
it's only just like a helper that instead of having a text area, you can have this editor with all this formatting and everything. But you don't need to code anything. Is going to be by default for the editor. The editor is going to be provide all that.
And we upload the photos in the editor.
Yes, you copy the post and you can even copy like image in there. So there is an image and you can copy that.
And
So,
the images store inside the posts
yes,
in the database.
yes, in the database.
Okay,
Yes.
not different tables for photos, for images, only in one.
Yes, yes. It's not a different table for the photos. It's going to be like in the content. If you check like this post here, the definition. Show open table definition. It's like regular HTML, I will say. That open table definition takes a while. I think the posts that I just retrieved were from a website that has like scientific information, something like that, but it's like the reference of the images are global, are not like relative. So it's only inside the content of the post is only HTML content, as you can see. It's only HTML. So
Okay, but the type is varchar.
yes, it's a varchar max, I think. Yes, varchar max I put.
And there is a link to the photo, not blobs, not array of bytes.
No. In this case, it's only plain text. It's not array of bytes. It's just like a string.
Okay.
So in this case, you might be able to edit. You might be able to see comments too. If I click on comments, so I adjusted for every single post. I might be able to see the comments for that particular post, or I can see all the comments for all the posts in the comment section.
So I think we're still confused. Where is the picture inside the comment or inside the blog or the content?
It's inside the HTML. The HTML of the post. That's where is the picture.
But there is a link to the folder, or there is a picture itself.
Okay, I will show you what was the. Okay, I think every single post has pictures. If I edit this one, I will say. I can see the picture in here, but it must show the picture because I inserted as a picture too. what do you mean by you want to know where the pictures are?
Yeah.
Is that okay? The pictures
Well,
should be
we
in the content.
understand it's an HTML tag, right?
Yes, in HTML
But
tag.
what we're trying to understand is where is it stored inside the content, or is it stored in a different table? Is it in a different field? Is it, you know what I mean?
Yes, it's in the same table in the content. It's only here, content, in this field inside post. There is no other field for that HTML. So only the rich content that you see in the web page is stored in this field, content, which is a varchar max. You see here in the model, if you go to the post, here you will see that the content is just a string without any restriction of size. And for that, it will generate like a varchar max in the database.
Varchar marks. And could you show us the what is inside the content, what the HTML tags, or everything in the post with the photos? Just one example.
Okay, I will maybe from the database it will be much more clean than in the editor, because in
Yeah.
the editor I didn't see the images actually when I edit, so I will remove the images. I will check that. Okay, so I have, let's say, every single content is like HTML. So if I go here, Notepad, so somehow there is going to be an EMG. So you see, ENG class, ENG fluid,
So
SRC
there is a link.
There is a, yes, there is a link. The is a global reference. It's not like it's not like relative. So it is not actually the image inside the content. It's just a reference of the image that it will render in the HTML. You see here this image here. It's only the reference of the image that is inside this ENG. So we are able to just print it.
So we don't store image in our web server.
No, it's only the HTML.
Okay, only the links for foreign service. We should find the links to the image. We cannot upload here.
No, the only thing by using this editor is just you can paste any content. If you want to do an example, let's say you take from any website and just paste content, HTML content, even images or anything, you can paste that and then submit, and it's good for me. Any content that you can put in your blog is okay.
But you cannot upload the photo from your computer.
What do you mean?
If you have a picture or something, can you
Yes.
upload? But where it will be stored?
Okay. Do you mean that if I add something like this?
Yeah.
Okay. Select from files. I didn't test it like that, but let's say I put Shutterstock open. So I have that. Okay.
Okay. Save change. See where it's stored.
I
Yeah.
will save. And then I will go back to my post. Home is, I think it's this one. It was in the database.
But in the database there is a link to the photo.
I think that this the way that the way that
You
this
insert it in the editor, so this is
yes
inside the tag for the editor.
yes the
It's
editor
not
does this
stored
job.
anywhere.
No, the editor does the job of serialize this image, I will think, without having any link. So you can also like insert an image without having any reference of any website. I will tell you, but that's the job of the editor. It's not our job. The editor did that. We don't need to know the complexity of how the editor did this.
But I think you need to create a, let's say, folder like images there
No,
in
no,
the
no.
system.
No. You don't need to create
No, because
any.
this is local. For that, it's reading from your local directory, right?
No. This is reading from my database. So if you send me like your projects just to revise the projects, I will be able to see what you actually upload because is everything inside the database. The database, the content has the image inside and the text.
But no, let's see one more time. Where is this picture in the database?
This picture.
Yes.
Okay. The picture in the database. Okay.
In the database, it will be like kind of link, I think, to your directory, local directory, I think.
Okay. Content. Close this. I will just show table data. I don't see anything here. Actually, I don't see anything. So it's magic? I don't think so. I don't think so. That is magic. Home, post. Okay, I will come back to man must explore. And it's in there. Postful 2. Maybe I will check the HTML itself. Inspect and see. Okay. It's stock as a string. So the editor does that, guys. It stock as a string the image. You see data dot image JPEG base 64 is storing the whole image in as binary. You can see?
Yes, but where is the picture in the database?
Yes, in the database it must be that. So the only thing is that I'm not able to see it. Maybe I can just put a breakpoint in it just to see it. I will say post controller. Post controller. So a particular post. I think this one. And then the bag attached to process. I don't see W3, WP, something like that. Okay. Okay, we'll run it. Oh, no. Okay. No. Only public, full, only public, maybe, yes. So in here, I will just refresh this. Actually, the post. This is the post. Man must explore this greatest content. Boom. That's the content. I copy this, which is pretty fun, this content. I will create like a file from that. New, paste, save. I'm going to put in the desktop example.html or htm. All files, there is no HTML. I'm going to change it after save. Google Chrome, whatever. As you can see, is the content from the database, from the string, the varchar max.
Yes, it's store not like a link, store like a
Yes,
bytes.
this is stored like bytes. There is another way to store an image also as a content. You can store it the bytes. Yes. You just need to follow like a convention. First, you need to specify the content type and data. It's like this, data dot, you put the content type, comma, and then all the content. That's it.
Okay.
But is the work of the, how can I say, the control, that rich editor that does that. So it's not, we just use it. That's it. We don't. It's always good to know, I will say, but okay, I will cancel this. So essentially is you have the block for the, okay, let's go back for a moment for the screenshots for the assignment. Okay, first we have the content, okay? Just a part of the content you see here, okay? And when you click on it, this is the content that is retrieved from the database directly. So it has the photos and everything, and you're not able to edit anything, okay? But if I am an admin, I will be able to edit the post. Any post I can edit. Even just here, if I go to edit, I can publish my post also. Publish or unpublish the post. Okay, it's taking time. I don't know whether this is. It will go back. It's taking time. I don't know why. I will stop this. Maybe the debugger is too. Okay. Okay. Here I have the post. Post. Hello. Browse with Edge. Browse. Okay, I'm browsing with Edge. Okay, here if I go to post and then I go to edit, waiting for BlackRock Digital GitHub, something bad happened in that post when I insert the. Okay. Okay, if I go to the comments instead. Okay, if I go to the comments, I can see all the comments for every post. So I will be able to edit the comment and then make it publish or not publish. Here, I have a checkbox. If I want to unpublish this comment, I just click on here and then the save, and it is unpublished. So it is not going to appear in the blog within the post. So, and by default, when you are a regular user, the user that I mentioned, let's say I create a user, I forgot the name of the user, so I will create another one. Okay, it was John Smith something. So if I put J Smith at blog.com, something like that. But I put the strong password, so it was going to. It's not registered in the. Okay, Tom Hanks at blog.com. So Hans register. So I'm a new user. And if I go to, let's say, evidence found for clock black hole in here, and I would like to add a comment, there is the comment. You see the comment section in here. So, wow, very impressive. Something like that. Add a comment. The comment has been added successfully. Wait for the approval of the administrator in order to see it published. Okay, you go back to the post, and then you don't see your comment. You're actually a new user. Okay, if I go as an admin, because you are Tom Hanks, not Tom Hanks, you go login, admin, login, then you go to comments. You have the most recent comment in here. So you edit the comment and then, oh, okay, it's a very good comment. Save it. Then you go back to the to this evidence found for clock, and then you will see, whoa, very impressive, Tom Hanks. Yes, and you can add more comments. Okay, as an admin, you can also add comments, but as a user, you can add comments too, as you may see. If I go to post, let's say, I am able to edit the post, so just change the content on the post. Okay, something is happening with the post. I don't know, the edit is not working properly here. I don't know why. Something happening. I normally do the edit, or I did edit long time ago, and it worked. But for the edit, okay, it was about to show the post. I will go back to maybe this post. Maybe it will be later. Edit. Okay, I see the post. And the only thing that I'm able to do in this post is just changing content. That's it. Because at the very beginning, when I create a new post, okay, when I create the new post, all these fields are going to be populated. And also here, you can adjust only the publication date. So when it was published, this post originally. And then you have the other fields that are only for, okay, for the maintenance. So when was created or modified or things like that. Yes, and additionally we have who posted. So that's a tricky part for you guys, because post by, you might get it from the user identity. So in here, if I show you in the database here, ASP.NET users, show table data, you see that I created all the users, but additionally I add a field, full name, you see? You see the full name? So I adjust, let me just, it's not like here. Maybe I can share that code too for you to make it more less difficult. But I will show you here is when you create a user, let's say log off, register. You see the register? By default, the register has only email, password, and confirm password. But I add a new field, full name. But that full name, I adjusted from the identity itself. If you see here the models of the identity models, you see that I add this one, full name, for the application user. So this is a custom field that I add for the identity. So I add this field, and then I add it into the account controller. When you register the user, I add it to fill the value, okay? And also I create just a helper to get just the username. So having the email here, I get the full username. That's it. But the thing is, the thing that I didn't give you is this application user. I will copy that. I just adjust just to have the okay. This is on Teams. It's not the chat. Teams post new conversation. Paste. And here is going to be customize user ASP.NET identity. Add a new field. Full name. Full name. Add a new field, full name. So you need this public string full name in order to just adjust that. So so I will start just taking some, or maybe you take a screenshot of this. You take a screenshot of this page. Just when you register, you need to specify a name, a full name. Okay, and so okay, if you don't ask, okay, you already know. So that's the only thing that I customize to share the name. So every time I post something, I show the name too. You see, post by my name on the date. That's it.
But your name is a link.
The name is a link. No, it's yes, it's just a template. It's not a link.
Okay.
Yes, it's not a link. So there is not any other functionality. It's only show the show the post. Also for the post, I create like HTML helper that takes the whole text, okay, and it's just trimmed until I think 100 characters or something like that, and then I put dots at the end just to make it short. because if I don't trim it, I don't want it to appear the whole post and scroll down a lot. So it's like that. So here I click here and I see the content and I have the comments. I can add comments and then the administrator can approve the comments and that's it.